That's fine. That'll work.
Called Michael County Commission Order. This Tuesday, June 23rd, 2022. Small call roll.
Judge Gray, Commissioner Weir, Commissioner Eager,
Here.
Commissioner Leesman, and Commissioner Riley.
Here. Join us for the meeting. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas,
One state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please remain standing for the invitation, Christine.
Heavenly Father, thank you for being the source of every good thing in our lives. Today, help us slow down and notice the little moments of grace, whether it's a kind word, a peaceful pause, or the smile of someone we know. Fill our hearts with gratitude and help us to treasure the simple gifts that come from you. Father, we pray that you continue to guide our elected officials to make decisions that best benefit Lakeland County and its residents. We thank you and we pray this in your son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you.
We take public comments.
Three.
Fine, that was the first, we have.
I'm Deanna Welch of Lakeland County. I oppose the creation of a rainwater harvesting rebate program with Lakeland County specifically because the funding source is uncertain. I do assume that you are expecting local taxpayers to bear the cost of this new government program, and I do not know if it is being promoted by the state. Because the funding section at the bottom of the single page of guidelines provided does not assure funding availability, and because there is a missing verb in the second clause of the second sentence, I hope you will table this new government program today. But I do not oppose the collection of rainwater! Exclamation point. It is the notion that taxpayers should financially reward those who will source rainwater, which is obnoxious. This example of taxing policy is aggravating because by not only wasting the revenue, this policy instills tax injustice against taxpayers who already use rainwater and have done so without being bribed. Surely, patriotic citizens do not need a reward for acting patriotically. This being an election year, the governor's assurance that property taxes shall be reined in at Canada next legislative session with enhanced state control over local spending. Frankly, I'm surprised that you all will even consider proposals such as this. Additionally, I may oppose whatever is to be presented under item 15 today. You have undertaken multiple capital improvement projects in recent years, and they appear to be designed for your comfort, not that of those arriving into the county more recently. If the tax code were not so lopsided in favor of land ownership, the people living here generationally could have been providing for themselves, as they should have been doing, ethically speaking. Your duty for capital improvement resides with roads and bridges.
Part of that, my mistake, was I agreed, the third one, I said it was you.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. You've all been great today. I'm here speaking today on behalf of the Blanco County Republican Party and Resilience. Due to the untimely passing of our beloved Judge Broadbeck, the Republican Party is being tasked with nominating an individual to be placed on the ballot in November for the general election. This past week, we interviewed 4 candidates. We spent several hours interviewing those candidates. We feel like we dug pretty deep into them, their qualifications, their professionalism, and so on. And we, after several hours of discussion, debate, we have chosen Ms. Teresa Timberbath as our Republican nominee for Justice of the Peace, Place 1, November ballot. The Republican Party will fully support the staff and her endeavor to win this election. I've written each of you a letter encouraging you to appoint Ms. Bad to the unexpired term for Justice of Place 1. Those on our executive committee are myself, Mr. Gary Courier, Deborah DuPont, Stephanie Fisher, Paul Eaton, and, George Kaufman. So there were 6 of us, and like I say, ultimately came to the decision that we felt best suited County of Blanco, Precinct 1, as well as the person with the most professionalism, relevant experience, and public service dedication to this community. Thank you.
One question, are you aware that Google website shows the recent 2 here, using the Zoom or this open, you have to remember. And is that what you've done?
We have reappointed Ms. Fisher, our executive committee has. At our last executive meeting, several months ago. I don't know the date. A few months ago. I don't know the date exactly. I don't know. But yes, we just haven't updated our website. But yes, we have reappointed that position. Awesome.
Getting more aware, it's not a big, not a question, be aware that it's. On the website, you can see, it says, oh,
Well, I was aware, I've not really thought about that. We just traveled to the state convention for Texas. We've been quite busy trying to get this on. So
okay.
the updating of the website hasn't been right.
Thank you, Mr. Curry, Gary Curry.
Good, commissioners, Gary Carter, and also served on the, County Republican Executive Committee. Part of the, process in which we interviewed the candidates, to fill the, spot of the, New River General, election, briefly occupied by, Rockhead. This was the account of the process in which we met in two areas, through the weeks and whatnot. The committee, like the Teresa Taylor had another election to, for state law here, that is the precinct 1 position. I agree with community selection, but, there's the most qualified candidate here. There were several good candidates, but she was the best in our community. She liked a lot of team services, very nonprofit. To me, what set her apart was first, her military experience, second, her sense of law enforcement experience. That's very important because part of her job is just to be responsible for so first the search warrant. She knows probably on the other side that it's important to that is an empowerment when you take the rights of citizens in that part of the Blanco, but also make sure that no personal error is committed in the process that might otherwise allow criminal state prosecution. What also impressed me about her is her dedication to conflict resolution of service on the Johnson City Council, and also her answers to process. She has the middle makeup and the fine judge. She's fair, reasonable, willing to listen to both sides. Not afraid to make a decision, even though I'm half equal nation. Besides, she won't be upset by the decision. She seems dedicated to trying to make a collaborative decision, and that fail, at least make all parties feel like it was heard, and that she would consider themselves. I said she will be a very unbalanced. I did a research on ChatGPT and similar elections, and they stated that in elections like this, one candidate or one party, a possible write-in candidate, that the candidate from the party is a overwhelmingly likely to be elected position, and that the chances of the write-in candidate being very great. Because we're asking for 10 per the GP, the election. Thank you.
So, the 25, I was just gonna ask you if you could find a chair. I see you are, so. Thank you. The rest of my handles is some chairs around. Thank you. I'm wondering if you review the consideration of the GDI committee.
Make motion to suspend the reading of minutes and accept them as presented.
Declare a second. Your discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Item 2, transfer to Bristol. This one? Yeah.
Mhm.
No, it's fine. This one, I'm on this way, I don't see, these items are, items nothing like, what we can tell. Most of the vehicle owners in the family, so, not really, reliable, so, we need to tell them as well as, while we're at it, we two guys fairgrounds and the price is what we see there. And, because Ms. Doyle was willing to stay, even the small space that she's in, the still, from which she was in repair shop completed. You believe that actually you should put one on in that line, on the way for the APP. So move to approve bond transfer. There's a second. Commissioner Eager, discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carried.
Make a motion to ratify the delivery amount of $3,842.75. And approve the outstanding bills in the amount of $703,125.76.
There is a second. Commissioner discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. You know, are you gonna learn something? There you are. We'll move on to item 7, do now, and, take this.
Crystal Smith on behalf of Sponsor Drink, and
Before you go for the, if no, make conversations, I think this one is going to be on first thing in the support for the video about. I asked them, I changed my mind a little bit. I might support you, but it's on condition. You have to promise that you're going to bring a pomegranate salad back on the. That's
I will work really hard on that. The third, well, I'm here on behalf of the Small Business Alliance, which is, it's really just a group of us downtown and throughout the community that are focused on building up, small business here in Johnson City. And we're trying really hard to bring, the fourth in our 250th anniversary of our nation, a great celebration to the square. We feel like it's needed for the community and for us to celebrate for small business, and we're asking just for approval to shut down, Pond Street and use the parking lot, I guess is really the ask I'm asking, to stop parking lot of the courthouse for festivities, for live music to, hopefully some funnel cakes, snow cones and stuff for the kiddos. So we're trying to work.
We usually have it's like 1 or 2 pages. In fact, I saw, I think it's some materials that you provide, some of the things that you have with the city. Have you done that?
No.
I don't believe I have, no, I can do that today.
Is there no problem if the motion plan for 3?
I can sign a whole line with some folks.
You can email that, when we get that done.
Yes, sir.
Well, any questions? What would you know?
Make a motion to authorize the Pond Street Parade to utilize the parking lot of the courthouse road and event on July 4th, contingent on the payroll space time to be paid.
Is that discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you so much. We spoke to a couple local meetings yesterday, so we're hoping to have something finalized today. Thank you.
So that takes us back to item 4, we discussed, in mind was to discuss, he made the offer and, even though he's not representing the city, he is, president of the Chamber of Commerce. And, wanted to, and even though I have reservations about the process that we're going through, and some of the pressures that will apply to the county, I do want to give the opportunity to speak on on behalf of the small businesses in the area, try to encourage the force to, somebody just used the word legal citizen, but before we go made a decision, on using work property, the county property, for probably this way, and so we're taking up here once again.
Appreciate the opportunity to. I'm here, Derek Stubbs, Representative Johnson, President of Johnson City Chamber. The most important thing I'm going to say is that in a couple of weeks we have the opportunity to celebrate 250 points. It's a monumental opportunity, it's a lifetime opportunity. In a small town like this, where tradition is everything, and those small town traditions, I think this is an amazing opportunity we can let pass up. 2 weeks ago, it was brought to my attention that the usual fireworks display, the usual festivities on July 4th was going to be moved to the city park down the road. I understand that there's a lot going on behind that, why that decision was ultimately made on both sides, or why the city made that decision to move to the park. But I'm here to speak on behalf of the small businesses. This has been an extremely tough couple of years. This has been extremely hard this year so far for small businesses here in the Hill Country. And there's real momentum happening up here. And to have an opportunity like this to celebrate July 4th, in our usual festivities with the small town tradition and celebrate our 250th anniversary of the country, there's nothing more that we would like than to celebrate this on our historic square. My family's relatively new to the area. I've been here for 3 years. Last year we attended it. Obviously, it was a little bit tailored down because of the July 4th floods. But to sit there on the square and watch that tradition and see those fireworks right there on the square, be surrounded by all the families, and residents of Johnson City, something pretty spectacular. And so there's folks in this downtown. Crystal just spoke. Fully support. Daniel Denovium are doing amazing things with their own resources to liven up this downtown and make it successful for all small businesses. We all know that we need help with this. I'm not standing up here asking for the county or the city to, set aside the differences that came to this. What I'm asking is to support the small businesses, to make this a celebration that we all can be proud of, and then let's figure it out. That's all I'm asking. I reached out to Mayor Fisher, attended our chamber meeting this happened to be last week. And we had a great discussion. We had a lot of small business folks show up, and she showed up. We had a great discussion and she reaffirmed her commitment to help work through whatever it may be. But more importantly, just to have this celebration on July 4th. She has reassured me that on their end, if this decision is made, that we can move the fireworks back to the square and their celebration back to the square, that they can meet the timeline with their legality and insurance, things like that. And then on top of that, what Crystal is already organizing with all the small businesses, which she's gotten amazing feedback for that, about participation. I think it'd be a great opportunity. So that's all I'm asking. I'm standing up here and just the love of this community and support of the small businesses. I'm asking that we celebrate this 250th anniversary here on our square. Appreciate
So we can ask the commissioners if they have any questions.
So if I was, I'm not protected, engineer, numbers, but I mean, obviously, if I was to put on the side, you can see them, this is mine, so if they're here, they're a block that way, or a block that way, you still get to see them.
Sure. I think more my point to that would be the perception of the community. It's all, there's always been that work together between the county and the city. As far as I know, and allowed as far as feedback there. So a lot of it is just that perception. There's a lot of perception in the community right now that the two entities are not working. And I think this is just one way that we could, help relieve that pressure off. That's a stress to small businesses when they think that, it's difficult between the two.
So, I understand that the city has changed their mind and are reconsidering moving back to school. Is what you're saying.
With the county will. After that discussion, we have last.
So when you say consider not working together, you advise to respond. But I have determined that encourages me not to respond.
Understood, Judge. I'm not here, again, I'm not here to dive into any of that. That's not what I have my personal, no desire to be in the middle of that. The members of the community don't have no desire to be in the middle of that. That's not what I'm here. I understand that there's a lot there. I fully understand.
Email exchange. We could part of it. There was something said about, first of all, there was repeatedly said that for me to change, me personally, the judge to change my mind and allow fireworks. So you and everybody who knows it's clear that this is usually a court decision.
Yes, sir.
So
What is brought to my attention, I was not aware of any of that.
whoever's thinking it's my position alone, that you can go there.
Yeah, so we talked about that last week.
And then, who's also, there's some discussion about, because the board table, the matter on May 26th, I think. The law, in the time, there was this vision made about the, I think the exact phrase, like the window of time needed to fundamentally insurance for this, because there's insurance this every year. That we are aware of, as long as there's chat about insurance that is obtained, she on property. If you have any clue what's in that,
Any more questions? We did discuss this last week with Mayor
Yeah,
Mitchell.
I think I can speak to that last meeting.
So, I do I'm just wondering, does it cover, is it literally something like, somebody gets the finger rolled off because of the fire was wrong, or somebody's house, that can't, they're moving fire, and well, the real concern I have is, if the window, all we've been told about for years and years, is some period of time. And the decision must be made before the end, so that the insurance can be committed to. And that window in the email, that we have, it's like May versus June. Are we talking about now, the board of creating a fireworks?
No, that would be, then again, here's what you file off and say.
Well, seems to be, I can't recall if we've seen the insurance policy in the past. And the court has approved the fireworks. and nobody else in the mall. But, I guess that's really, and I guess the commission could take that into consideration with. And by the way, before, back to John, I don't know if the others have any.
Any more questions?
So it's a request of, to request the Chamber of Commerce to allow the fireworks to be shut off from the parking lot of the county board.
Like I said, we had the best meetings. Working with the Chris Coalition.
Thank you. So make a motion to allow, fireworks to be shut off from the back parking lot of the north annex. With all the proper insurance and documentation filed with the county.
Is there a second? Also, Mr. Wright. Judge. I like fireworks and commissions and this approaching. And I fully support the commission for what you're about to do. But I am going to be wanting some of the attention because pending matters that I might allow this with. That said, all in favor say aye. And opposed? Motion carries. Item A, Mr. Slade, here. Mr. Slade.
Yes, I'm here.
Carried.
Thank you for the wisdom. Give you one time, Arnold Commissioner. Good. I come as a boy from the state subdivision. Last time we were here, understand, this proceedings right over time. A brochure, I think was passed around those of you guys, that included a petition and a resolution that is voicing the state residents and a lot of supporting people, voicing against a quarry that we understand is very difficult to stop. This is an effort to raise our voice and to ask you all to amplify our voice. If you would please consider talking to TCEQ and TxDOT to discuss their involvement in the project. I will tell you that I don't expect you to sign a resolution to support this, but it's really just the public needing your voice. We've got a air quality concern due to dust that's going to come from the quarry. Some of our houses 1,200 feet away. We have noise and blasting issues. Our subdivision is about 40% higher veterans. Many of them have PTSD issues. We have a responsibility to make that known and have it addressed. We have concern about the dust control measures and chemicals used to suppress dust leaking through the aquifer into the aquifer to our limestone soils that we have down there. We're concerned, and this may help you all think about getting involved. One of my people is a computer wizard guy. He works with the board wheel group and they're full time to support the argument that having a quarry this close to us could reduce our property values to the United States in the range of 20%. That's about $13 million tax value loss to the county. We have concerns with traffic safety down there that was discussed with TxDOT. They don't have an answer on how that quarry can provide for a safe transition for trucks coming and out at the end of 2021. I'd like to get somebody involved with talking to Joe about that, TxDOT on that. And you know, I can also tell you that we're already experiencing the impact of values of our houses. I know the one house that's 30 days from closing, fire filled out. Some negotiations broke it down, and other than this, somebody going to be done. So if you would just think about that, that's all I'm here to ask is for your support
hopefully on the phone, he can, because it felt was great. Resolution was designed to get signatures for the outside community. We would probably have 250 signatures inside the subdivision. And some of the little smart computer kids putting on the internet, we have about, I think we're up like 1,300 names. There, I taxed part of it, but we got just off the chain, so I already at that time. So, those are all verified through the information they gather, I've got signatures on this many more as of last week. And so I appreciate your time and your discussion.
So I didn't see how to say it, and I did notice. I mean, I did notice that as far away as the hours, maybe from Lake Charles.
And the internet goes everywhere. Like, some of our people that own property in the state, but don't do it because
How many residents do you think there are?
we have 161 homes. You know, there, but 3 is 500 homes.
And, what do you think about the idea of space? Versus other neighborhoods,
Nothing other than they.
and that causes you to have such a overwhelming population of people with PTSD.
Well, back in the 1990s, Lee Road, you're probably familiar with Ringo, developed about 27 different used to intentionally market them through the military development and provide zero down financing, things like that to get veterans into this and the primary initially. I think probably with a lot of the subdivisions, it would give you the same kind of numbers. In ours, we've grown well beyond that. It's a fairly well developed subdivision at this point. We have 300 lots, 161 homes, but there are 30 of us, 100 lots. And I think it's his effort to facilitate having so many veterans early days, then word of mouth, friends, things like that.
So you, when together decided they want to for a visit, you want to stay, I said,
I would want it at least a couple of miles away from home to fall possible. The limestone thing here provides a ton of opportunities that are not close to. TCEQ requires a open to. It's a lot further than really. From the nearest homes to the corner of their property is right at 1,200 feet with TCEQ.
I don't know, I wouldn't know myself, so I don't know what home the board is getting watching.
Well, there's,
Season 5.
oh, okay.
The county doesn't have, I was looking at some people, some neighbors suggested the requirements,
Yes,
and, county, far as I know, can't do those things.
that's fine.
But, they seem pretty reasonable to me, and I don't want to bring them back, and you all talk to them. No.
We've had conversations with him, we haven't had much, positive input other than he's going to practice best practices. That doesn't.
One of the things you had in mind was, limiting times on when somebody can last.
I think that makes sense and it's daylight, basically, I think, like, kind of 8 to 5-ish, things like that. But, and we're also pushing for and may get advanced notice, which is a really critical thing. And they're nervous.
There were some other things you mentioned that I thought were, operations, some things,
Yeah.
that might reasonable things.
I think we're gonna get a lot of that. I don't think Noon is busy in the car. And, I think he's doing his best. This all stems from the bad decision, where to get right off the bat. And our concern in TCQ is not necessarily going to press him for, stuff like pop, we're going to lose Blanco and things like that. Okay.
And when ago, you mentioned Joe Ross, that it is a federal issue provided to ask Blanco County and TxDOT to conduct a comprehensive traffic impact analysis.
Yeah.
So my TxDOT has, last I counted, about 3,500 engineers on staff. And Blanco County has on staff. So why would we be involved in the traffic analysis for actually for the, you know, the highway?
Well, I want to make us happy, but TCEQ puts it on the developer to do the traffic study. He has to go to an engineer, and the engineer to do a traffic study, he comes to the state with a recommendation on what he's going to do, and I just negotiate.
We want a second traffic study.
I would like somebody looking over the shoulder that doesn't, if we can even bring what they have to the county engineer, just for a conversation. That would be fantastic.
It's an expense. And, you know, TxDOT's got more money than we want to have.
Right.
And here, so on that, I can see the limit of, the traffic impact analysis. I don't see how the county's going to.
Okay. Well,
Always trying to.
in that
That's
way,
where you see our role in that.
I think I can reduce it down to a cost preview. I would like for Tommy specifically, thank you, to speak with, say, as we get that, say, we go through with you, just to amplify our voice. I really think our amplifier, quite honest. So we want to make sure all the T's are crossed and all the I's go on the way, and we've got much to. All right.
So, we're going to, I can use the same in the first time. So, when I first was frustration, with slide.
Absolutely.
And I'm doing so personally or individually, not as an honest person.
Okay.
But, when things are written like support the adoption of stronger language and advocate for legislation.
Yeah.
I get really frustrated, and the reason not involved, the reason why I be contemplated by you, but you have, state senators and state representatives and governors, all sorts of people, taking every opportunity at every microphone, talking about how counties in particular, and the Texas Association of Counties in particular, should be reined in and not be allowed to submit taxpayer funded lobbying. And when people here and 253 other counties, we come all the time and say, we want you to advocate for this, that, and that. And this mission is a real lie because we apply a lot of people.
Yeah.
What we're really doing is representing our constituents.
Right.
But our constituents, here's the frustrating part for me. On this issue, you're good, you want us to change it. But the other 364 days of the year, when most people out there say things like, taxpayer funding, and even worse, taxpayer funding lobbying, I don't think that's their phraseology. But our constituents buy into it. They go, yeah, that sounds right. You don't want our county to spend the lobbies, to spend money lobbying. And so, and the frame is such that we are put in a bad light all the time. Except when it comes to the state issues that we don't. You know what I'm saying?
That's what we're frustrated. And we have gone out to contact all the state senators and everybody else, the same sort of information I've been speaking to you. And I would agree that we all deserve the bottom of our decisions down here, right? State.
So just to confirm, TxDOT does not have, that's not issued to the permit from the.
No, right now it stands temporary permit with construction by the owner. And they're praying that they will move that driveway to, the intersection of 473 coming in from the west before the first block up goes out there, because it would be dangerous to all get out coming down. But encouraging traffic coming off from out county to 16, they're trying to make them time. They're right, 75 and 80 and jogging for positions.
So just to verify, and I know in that position where they're where they're forming up the concrete pads, that's all storage facility? And then,
Yeah, that's north of the line.
Then that other gate down lower is gonna be the port.
That's the temporary construction. And textile company was only for construction.
SDC, PCEQ. Their areas on this map.
They, I'm not even heard that there would be a hearing on it. I was at the PPEQ, Machine Textile, presentation in like a school yesterday. And they haven't got anything close to those,
Mapping the situation.
oh, yeah. I'm not the president anymore, but I've been on it for 17 years.
Has the HOA retired?
The HOA is not under our charter. We're not charged with attacking this thing. This is a grassroots, everybody's involved. So I'm not here as an HOA representative, I'm here as a president. We're real easy. We have $350 a year. So we want that. And we pay for all our budgets. There's our.
Well, this, my experience in administrative law for a long time is that a group needs adequate representation for state agencies like PCE. And sometimes make those decisions beyond.
Yes.
So, I'm a little surprised that especially as close as this is to involve this here, is to involve an issue that you're not thinking about being shared.
Well, there are some ways, there's a group called Stop Language Board and being formed. It's operating instead of the website, all that stuff already. And it's also bringing in other people who own the property all the way around. Oh. You can solve property, all right. That's been typed with the.
It's gonna take, simply to take, Textile quite a while to, either show us their permanent design for that interchange there, or to even have it was, if I don't know what stage there. I haven't seen any drawings or anything like that. So that's going to determine where the entrance comes in. If it's where there's speculation, I can think the light, they have their electric pedestal set up for the light and everything right in that interchange. So you're asking them to relocate all of that. They might do it in their construction when they're coming through over the next 3 years.
That is an operator expense, calculation for the operator. Expense, but if they could do things, change the lights, expand the roadway, but then let it turn in and acceleration lane now, I got pictures.
But I haven't got anything from them yet saying that that's where we're going after permanent address.
The way
They decide.
that's true, but I mean, they have to, Tory has to have their, approved engineer, do the entire plan, and then Tory presents it to TCEQ for this. So TCEQ, when you start a study, they won't have.
So I'm wondering, are they even present anything without TxDOT saying, well, this is where you can do it, you start, and then they draw their thing for it.
You think that's not what I think.
Now, you've had conversations with the commissioner for a while now, this,
Oh, yeah, we thought frequently.
you guys will have to come down with your meetings.
Yeah, yeah.
And, tell me if I'm right or wrong, you told them that you recognize, limited to the county and full view of that's what, but you pushing more or less to be awarded.
That's really what this whole discussion is on, you to understand where we are and just, if it's Well, good, make a phone call now, just check.
And so, it was. Yeah, it was kind of the difference between taxpayer funding liability and some legislation or like, the game calling it saying.
Yeah.
That would be a whole discussion.
That's your issue.
It's not.
Interesting. She's been involved.
On this issue.
Yeah.
And so, when we were trying to talk about this, he's on the agenda, it was with the guy and you Diane States, the platform, to call to the attention of anybody that he all the petition.
That's all.
What's going on, and, he gets broadcast for a while.
Yeah.
So. Well, one would you like to say, if you will not be listening?
Well, if it was your neighborhood, you would be here talking about these same issues. Something needs to change. I understand it's not a county problem, it's everybody. And as a commissioner, just be aware, it happened to your neighbor, it happened to your friends, and, these things happen without anybody knowing anything. Or it was a done deal before the commissioner of that specific area were even aware. And that's not right. It needs to be public awareness of these sort of things. They're so disrupting, impact property values, impact quality of life. And, we are going to stay, and I'm just inviting you, take 10, make a phone call. You probably know most of the people occasionally, and, put your weight behind it and for whatever extension. That's okay.
You know, there's a lot of papers going on, a lot of meetings, like, there's a whole lot of discussion about data center and.
Oh, yeah.
Other types of. And one of the conversations is about setting. And even have these. Before about setting. If the county has. Such a word. One would be, is there any amount of setback that we think in this situation, in these circumstances, would be sufficient?
This is none, of course, opinion, but I'll have to put it at
Mom,
yeah, at least 4 by 9, we're looking in here. Data centers. Do your work, because I mean, that's been done 10 years all around the thing for about further than that. Okay, let's go to your 7.43. That's right, that's correct.
trying to how many extra time I would need, have a lot.
That don't need to be. I mean, but I appreciate it, like, and thanks for letting me get up my voice for voice call.
Who would like you to speak one more thing?
Okay, that's right. I don't make sense.
It's sort of the other side. But maybe not.
Okay.
Some argue that we have to keep 40 separate, the other side of I-35. And it's very hard, to have materials for roads and construction.
Yep.
And it just increases the cost.
That's a fact.
It is a fact. So.
But you're stretching it, well, I don't know where the I-35 there came from, that's something out there, I've never seen it. But, to me, there's still a whole lot of open space out there. And it might not be easy to find a branch that's not deed restricted, or, that's some other specific conservation branches like that. But this wasn't intentionally called, as my understanding, to be a quarry. The quarry came in after another plan couldn't consult.
So you're not anti-Tory, why go with chemical, the rest of the world, and capitals? People can use it.
I believe I mentioned yes. But
Well, I think we were, us is all the way. Move on and be proactive, give them the show, you two, and five.
Well, thank you guys. That was very. I appreciate it. I love it. Nice.
Item six, authorization. Involving there is June 50 acres, resolution, monitor, probably will have it. That's what I'm talking about, they want to install over on the, get them in one of those spots.
I'll move to approve the American 250 Patriots historical markers and the Revolutionary War Patriots to be placed on the
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, motion carries. Please,
Motion to accept the annual audit from the medical committee of the Pacific one period ending September 30th, 2025.
there a second? Mr. Weir, discussion. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, motion carries. I did deal with that, the information, last week today, on the free oil. I don't think you can pay money whatever that you don't have. They, report the case here, I know, earlier. We have the report the case that I know. That's what this means. That's the closest one was the next county, Leslie County. However, I usually do that the last declarations, we would be prepared because, if the school one, citing the burden, there are things the county could do to help, but to need to have to remedy that, to get the ability to do so. So more a question of getting the state is ready. Last, Monday, we did, the, Lamb County. Yeah, they do the same thing, the same reason I do, and thank you, do not be result of the, do not stand way. So, we will, before we pursue, continuing the declaration as a resolution or not.
I make a motion to approve the, in order to continue in the local state of Missouri.
There is a second. Discussion. Well, I will say this. You look at Commissioner Lisbon and I and probably another one of them. And this is the down, it's very likely that, the school one is in fact here involved. It just manifested itself here. The reason, I say that is because the experts say that they travel over 50 miles a day. And, they decided to try to Texas, he, West Texas, so the odds, the experts think we can respond. So, you see the vigilant wow. One last thing is, from years here in Bluffton County, the order to I carried the home that I assume the commission for this issue. Does not, repeat, does not, we went, research from taking on also the two options we showed. And I believe that, maybe someone has other information as of this point, but I believe it's not yet technically the investigations on the Essex County. I think Lansing County. But you're not, so we do that investigation, but we aren't as restricted in the community and
I'd like to have a public, closing of a public meeting on September 30th at 6 P.M. at the exhibit hall with AgriLife, local vets, and Texas Animal Health Commission, and hopefully the game wardens office will be there as well. To answer your questions for public comment, and things of that nature.
motion was made by Commissioner Eastman, second by Commissioner Eastman. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, motion carries. The next item is usually, routine, dealing with the health and dental insurance, but I'll take a minute and, just look at monetary, because Max nailed that at the hall. This started a week or two ago. And we were, I want to say, the cat meeting, which different counties are talking about, while we all are pretty fine with the technical social with the cat, I think that's very, good job. But, on the health insurance side, prices are increasing. I think the health cost, health insurance rate increased by 9.9% this year. And, for the second, and then, there was a lot of comments made about that counties and the members of Capricorn want to be looking at maybe competitive deals for this kind of thing. And, then the very end, segregating them, the county's largest department, sheriff's office. Sending a message saying that he wished we would consider, before just signing up, consider other things like, farming vegetables.
Sorry. Yeah, I did, sorry.
Even if you try to reduce the cost and so before we answer this up and how we it's the renewal, I can hear some questions. Sorry,
Good morning. I could have maybe had some answers.
It gives the renewal pretty simple.
The renewal's not, but our paperwork has to be there because open enrollment is in March. So, everybody's choosing to be done prior to such people to rest. So I think it says on that it's due that this week, maybe by June.
It is
We do have to be reading through that. But that's not, we have the best,
So we went back up, I said the most expensive, that was the side of the side of that is, if you have a plan that if you get cancer, it's your best chance of being treated.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but it covers the most already. And we are grandfathered at that plan. We've never really changed our plan. We stayed with that. Once we go down, let's say, and get a cheaper plan, there's no going back. So that would be a decision that. I think in part of that paperwork, there is. There is some other options on the.
These indicates that these are all things on the back.
Yes.
And, I'm gonna say, that some issues, jurisdictions out there are visiting that.
Go with the different insurance.
The market is more competitive.
And when you're with Jack, we're going to put across. That's. One of the issues that. So, and there are, you all know there's some very issues, there's just reasons you can.
You want to say anything, you study anything, I'll put you on the spot, just to do.
I haven't done these things, I was just, planning to see, maybe think about looking at other options. Instead of, offer the high we do right now, but maybe also offer a mid where families could get insurance that's more affordable. Maybe the mid has a higher deductible, or, if you go to the hospital, you end up paying more, but you still just have co-pays to go to your regular doctor. Mix it up.
You order to do that, that's that change.
Well, you can't offer, like, Chris can't choose one plan and Charles choose another. We all have to be on the same. Through TAP. Now, I'm telling you, it will be a complete nightmare to administer that. You have one plan, you have another plan, you have black one, different plans. Because of the comings and goings of the employees here.
With I know this is what I don't know if you know, but, I know all the HR, would that be a function of HR?
Yeah. It would be,
it seems like everyone is in there right now, trying to do the rules on that we are, not the right time. That if you want to go to your store, you do insurance plan, you want to do this thing. Or at different times of the year.
absolutely.
What would you say would be?
Really, y'all, figures in before the budget time starts, I would say, April, March.
The law check would
Yes, sir.
And the new HR director starts in October, which people complain. Then that would be one of the first things on his or her list.
And if you're getting everyone on.
Yes, go out for bids.
Yeah, or just figure out what our options are,
But I don't want to be able to, if we go out for bids, we, so much every nice thing out on, and like, I don't.
No, I don't know, no. But there is, you could drop down to the next plan, which I don't remember what the deductibles are for that, or what the copay, I didn't pay attention to it, honestly. I can reach out to TAC and see if we can. To July, if I want to look at one of the other options for TAC. There's no way to do another insurance company at this time. With our dates that we.
If the board chooses to do that, you reach out and do it, basically, you don't choose to study it. The only outcomes are through this plan, or take a lesser plan that we can't come out.
Correct.
And a lesser plan might say, everybody remembers this is possible, you can't say.
No, it would stay covered. We don't have that many because it's not for families or dependents on insurance. I can go over to the office and see that there's the thing.
You don't think this is what we need to do? I thought that it should be that it's not.
Or,
Families.
Really?
no, it's not. For family to be on.
However, we could stay where we're at and kind of take up a little bit of the difference.
Oh, if the family, yeah.
So we can still, we where we're at, keep the thing we have. And if you kind of get, we make a larger investment in the family and stuff.
Yeah, so we could, and you just make sure that we still grandfather your data system and just put it over into knowledge.
And that's my goals.
Yes.
That would be a budget.
We did that for this coming year, and then had the new HR person look into other options. And maybe got more time to, well, develop that and come back later. Look at it next budget. But we want to give us a little bit of help. The person suddenly, is really the one who can answer the question. If there is a change, you're going to be answering a lot.
So the time being, I think the options the treasurer was going on, we can authorize, with applications, to everyone. And, authorizing the applications with, that would be the direction that she might, more time, you can continue to say.
I'll make a motion about whether the county does design the general insurance for renewables and technical association county for FY 26-27 as it.
It's not the same. You can move this question. Move this question to the, all in favor, say aye. Opposed. Motion carries, item 11. The county investment policy, the my proposal to the global changes.
Motion to approve the county investment policy as presented.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. Riley, discussion. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, motion carries. So we could one foundation, the one option, is she here? That includes you taking a play with them. But we should discuss it here, so I'm gonna ask what you about. I'm thinking we would involve in a little bit.
Yeah, you can put on there that, like, the kind of then.
I think we will involve it in the looks as big as we like. They're pretty thorough report if you read it.
Yeah.
And you're on Plain County Hot Commission. You've been on Basic County Hot Commission. So you're few, and you see this with variety. When somebody sees hot, they, report behind it. And you can, our case resolved. Back, material in your mind,
Yeah, very good.
satisfaction. You vote for no, I don't know.
It's been several city on since both of them.
And I would shut up and talk about the food like people do us, we were able to deal with this event away from most people. And we, from meeting with the, we might be able to. So.
But, yeah, I mean, first and second, we held the annual Texas wine auction. big event this year. It was the first time it was a two-day event, large two-day event. That Friday night, the first, we held a large concert, on the big lawn, Barber Creek. We had some weather, we had some rain that day. And so it tampered down some of the general admission, but we had about roughly 480 on the property, for that night. It was a great event, Bree Bagwell, Dale Watson, yeah, just great eyes on the property. Next day, the second, turned around, that was the big wine auction event with some other, joining events around us, like Republican Boots and the Wine Castle, we held in conjunction that same day. And yeah, that evening ended up being fantastic. And we had about 280 attendants for sit-down dinner. They raised a record amount, they raised just 310, I think it was the last account. We're in there, $1,000, and that goes back into the folks that work within hospitality, whether it be for healthcare, mental health. Really even kind of care they want on the medical side. So fantastic event, huge success, best one they've had. And yeah, I think to answer the judge's question, we did this year, intentionally, drag this away from West County. We've already signed as of last week, the commitment for the next 2 years, moving this to our new market stop and here in Lakeland County. And so, yeah, we'll keep making it larger and bigger. It's a significant event, it's probably one of the largest fundraising events up here. And just to close that in and the eyes of mine. And it was great, yeah, and a lot of the, and obviously the point of the hot funds, the number one, rule of the hot funds, that these three put heads and beds. We had a significant amount of folks that came from, Houston and Dallas down areas to attend this. That are, whether they're supporters of the wine industry or supporters of the hospitality industry, so. Yeah, it's great, look forward to continue to build that, make that kind of a stable event for us.
You said, can you think of people way bigger than Dallas and Washington?
Yeah, that's the wine, industry sees up here. For like Carter Creek, who has a significant wine membership program. 60% of our membership comes from the Houston area. It's just proximity. Dallas is just a little bit further, we just come a little. Well, the problem with San Antonio and Austin with the wine industry, it's hard to quantify because it's so close that a lot of times they're coming for a day. So it's always been hard to quantify what San Antonio and Austin brings. Austin brings us to, but unfortunately not as many full night scenes. Houston definitely contributes to most of it. And actually, the Port Aransas area is the #1 contributor to with hospitalities over the cities. That was the guy that Gillespie County had that.
You get a little bit more with encourage the court to
Very much approve that.
No, everything was good on my end, checked all my boxes.
Well, I'll move to accept the report from Texas Wine Auction Foundation on the use of the award of auctions. Please bring a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, motion carried. On the Greenville Avenue, 13 on Greenville. Proposal. Well, last time there was a discussion, 26 and 5, and 5 was, tasked with, answering some questions and helping to flush out the program a little better. We do so, yeah, I think, one of the draft documents we have, to actually give I would call it like a calendar document or.
It would be similar to, like a final inspection for a septic system. But it has some extra signatures on it because with like a septic system, they are being regulated and we're taking their money for their applications and whatnot. However, with this one, I had like the treasurer's signature and the commissioner's signature. because we are giving away money. And so there needed to be open and clear accountability for where that money is going, who is receiving it, beyond just myself. So that was my thought process with that.
And, here's maybe we can argue a little bit, after suffering through many different forms, in which everyone focused on water and level of gas, regardless of what the office is doing, all I heard was, or what the county wants to do with it. And, I am supposed to personally be able to put water back into the ground. I don't know.
You're magical.
Thank you. Well, I did 5 issues of working. However, for this municipality, and, this was my idea, actually, honestly, was my idea, I started, it's a character basket, and to economize that more earlier, they spend taxpayers money, but you said give it money, and I like to think of it more as a investment rather than a partnership.
Yes,
And you're well, yeah.
yes.
So, Tanner cannot appreciate that.
I do, on my personal side, I have had mixed feelings about rainwater collection. Because ultimately our water does get replenished, our aquifers get replenished by rain. And so by taking a significant, 30,000 gallons for a single household is not a significant amount of water, or is a significant amount of water. In the scheme of things with the aquifer, it may not be, but when you have thousands of people taking 30,000 gallons of water out of the system and putting it into their storage tanks, that water is not reaching the aquifer. So it's a mixed bag. And I've debated that within myself years and years and years and years. And I've come to realize that the benefits of collecting and holding that water outweigh letting them go. Because whenever you let that water go back into the ground, there's some of the water is lost to evaporation, the water is lost to absorption, the water is lost in several different ways, and it takes a large amount of water before it reaches the aquifer. So you get a better return on your investment with doing with rainwater harvest. So, but I do understand how it's an investment, but then there's another side of the story that other people don't always look at.
What percentage of 30,000 gallons of water, that you capture by rain returns back in rain?
I have never been able to find an accurate detail on that.
If you are, true,
Right,
the percentage of it naturally. So some,
right.
right away, but part of it's going back and like a terrace shoes, hold it up for a while.
Eventually it all returns back to the system.
I haven't, another here, this one is that, and I believe that it's counts as a hospital. So, not all of them, but, there could be, in the range of, almost $64,000 and maybe total of, I'm especially revenue, they, to September 30th, could be possibly used money.
Yes, sir.
There's an additional potential. Additional amount of money to pay, the country finances. So are you favored to get the program to do this?
Yes, sir.
And from my mind, the way the guidelines and things and the way when we can pay, so do we?
Until I go look at it and sign up, yes.
Now, I will, somebody was gonna start their water system, they didn't know we did this time. Think they come to you first, and like fill out the initial forms?
Yes.
This is what I got.
Yes, this is what I have, on one of the forms is their application, which is what their design is, how much they're expecting to catch, how big their storage tank is, and some of those other details, that relate to water efficiency and protecting the groundwater and not having something siphon back down the well. And then, once it's installed, they would call me to come look at the finished product, and I would double check that, okay, you have the gutters on the house. I'm not gonna go measure their house for square footage, but, okay, this is the house you said you're building, that's your square footage. This is your storage tank, which the capacity of the storage tank will be verified. It's a very simple calculation. And then make sure that the protections for the aquifer are in place before it's signed off on.
It'd be a reimbursement.
Yes, yes.
Lots of questions.
So how many, right now, when you check and see how many rainwater systems go in, and how many people install rainwater systems?
I have not. I don't know. Not really. I can call, there is a rainwater collection company in Round Mountain, and I'm more than happy to reach out to them and see what they do on average for a year to get an idea of that, if that's something you'd like.
So how do you do that, and I'm not enforcing with my lips, so, talking to him, and I don't remember off the top of my head, but, I saw a 30,000 gallon tank, cost approximately $42,000 to $45,000
Yes.
for installation. And he said, one of the things that people bring is, you know, when they come to him, they're like, I can put a well in for, and I don't even know what well costs, but for 30,000, for 36,000, or I can do this for 42,000. So his recommendation to me was, instead of doing a dollar amount, was to do a percentage. You know, as he was filing property taxes, you know, this time of year. So, that is his recommendation to me, was to say, you know, because if you can sway somebody from, you either gonna install a well or you're gonna install a rainwater. So if I can just get you to do the rainwater instead of, well, that's the incentive that he would be pushing for in his professional business. Cause he, you know, he seems to think that he's one of probably 5 vendors that does rainwater collections here in Logan County. And there's quite a few going and within the county. And I will talk to a subdivision that's going to be requiring rainwater collection, so that every house in that subdivision will be well. So, you know, I don't know, that being my only question is, you know, would it be better looking at a percentage as opposed to a direct dollar amount, or is it, you know, are we just, you know, the dollar amount is something that's what you.
We can look into that. One of the things that Judge Bray had brought up originally was that the rebate is not to exceed the cost of the installation, and he had proof of payments and receipts and that sort of thing. I initially took that off of the application because since we are filing this as a public record, honestly, that's no one's business except for the home. But we can find, if we do decide to go with the percentage route, we can look into how do we maintain people's privacy, yet still reach what percentage we're paying, or reinvesting into that rainwater collection system.
What did the original gave, 40-something thousand for 42,000, what 30,000, yeah, 36,000 in Google building.
Roughly that's a rough ballpark for general collection.
So there's about $6,000, and the proposal is to give away $1,000 on $30,000 rainwater thing. I'm trying to pay for your tax.
Right.
They're trying to do it, we're trying to incentivize it, but seems like an incentive thing. This is Kane, when you have the counties. This is cash currently out of the county's budget.
Okay. I can do something with the, rolling in the taxes.
Because this. I think came from my. Because. If I can say this out loud. The appraisal district does not. Does not value the rainwater system. And process it valuable property.
So you're technically getting them free.
What does that mean?
So,
How do you get the-
You're not getting
you're not getting back on the value of the house, which is good, I mean, it's part of it. I'm not saying nothing, saying that.
You're only talking about $15, $20 that we're at.
So those HC cash, well, that's determined views.
Right, we don't do this program, and now on. I will have another Marshall County citizen come to me and talk about conservation of water, what are we gonna do? We don't have lots of it. All right. I'm here. Don't you go on, I'm ready to move. The whole way to the clean market that I got. County road inventory, compared to I have got. Anyone?
I'm moving off across Capcom to update the 2026 county road inventory. That.
There a second? Through discussion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Holy, let's see, we'll take 5 minutes, so. All right. Yeah. One, we did.
It's taking everybody longer to get back in.
Now I've got to, I gotta see if you can share it. I don't think you can. Yeah.
Yeah, before. Is that good enough?
Get that for you.
No. Yes, sir.
So, during the course of the campaign, the Women Voters
campaign this past fall.
all
The
candidates.
League of Women Voters asked
Something along the lines of.
all candidates
And unlike the final season of Lonesome Dove, I'm not a great visionary. And what I think I wrote, what I told before is that I like to more implement, do take things and run with it and get them done. Not that I have no vision, but, the point of my saying that today is that everything you're about to see is somebody else's idea. I agree with all of them, and that's why I'm pushing them forward today. But when you come to yell at me, that's fine, I guess that's my job. If you don't like this, or you don't like that. But none of these, and if nobody wants to claim ownership, that's fine too, but none of these are my idea alone. And you had a speaker earlier talking about, just blanketly gonna oppose all of them without seeing it yet. I can promise you You can oppose all. And I do that, I'm gonna do this together. There, it says capital projects. There is just no way to put any of these in the budget as an operating budget. These are all gonna have to be, part of the finance package. And, you know, that was another thing they're gonna be, campaign was talked about. Spendthrift and, loans and financing such as that. And quite frankly, I doubt there's anybody in this room that hasn't had to borrow money for a car or a home or capitalize at one time or another. And that's the same, there's governments as well. And the reason that is capitalized one little way, and you need to be able to, pay for it over time. Not to mention the fact that the legislature created an entire process called an interest in sinking. So with that, I'm just gonna, and my,
I didn't do anything. Okay, is your desktop still up?
Is it being discontinued?
Okay, share, because you're back on your. There you go.
I don't know if you can tell or not. I met with Steve Perry last week or so, and you remember Steve is our financial advisor. And getting feedback. He says that the interest rates for counties, a county such as ours with the rating that we have right now is in the range of 295 to 325, somewhere in there. So is that mine? So if
the county's interested in doing something.
If the county is interested in doing something,
Two more things. Nothing you're going to see here
two more
is
things.
professionally done.
Nothing you're going to see here is professionally done.
And there are estimates, and if the board chooses to take
These are
this
concepts and they're estimates.
then you want to hire
And if the
people to
other
stakeholders and
other
design and build up for bids.
higher
And we want to get the money for up for bids. Design and come up with a real
and
cost.
get the money, well,
So we know how much money
design
they want to do.
the real cost. We don't to in the market. For example, why is it not doing it? Because mine's doing it.
For example,
There. Okay.
the room
Let's
we're
take
all
it back.
sitting in right now.
For example,
is,
the room we're all sitting in right now is used for meeting purposes. It's been known as the big room forever. But more and more it's becoming it's the district court. We'll go back to the other screen in a second.
And it's
It's just slow to
becoming
catch.
very, very difficult for Ms. Dami.
And it's becoming very, very difficult for me to coordinate with district courts to
It's surprising how many jury trials are.
there are nowadays. We're not for trials, if it's just Friday docket, you'll have standing room only in this room
So,
with and other things.
so,
So,
that, photo
that,
is,
that, photo is not working.
the photo that you saw at that photo is, would be,
The photo that you saw, that photo would be, the other building across the way is considered, I wonder if I could do it.
considered, was built with the idea that you could extend.
Is considered, was built with the idea that you could extend.
Not unlike the jail that was built to extend.
Not unlike jail is built to extend to the north in the event that way.
And, but this is a standalone building and it is.
This is
Replacement purposes, just to the right,
it is
will be where Ms. Walton's office is now.
just to the right.
Connect to the, and good, again, this is a concept, again, an architect to come in and say,
Again, this concept, again, an architect, somebody can come in and say, no, you're ready to do it.
Conceptually, we need a new elections center.
Idea of how to do it. Conceptually,
Floor plan, the idea is.
For the
The
thing,
idea is you have a
the
voting
idea
center,
is,
a big space on
and
the
I
right.
just can't get
And then
it
you
catched up.
have Mrs. Donnie,
The idea is you have a voting.
office, a little hall. You have a meeting room for the, urban. You have a big storage area for all of the shoe business, including almost two pink areas on the restrooms for. You know what? My concept of this space is to go out there and neighborhood of 2,500 square feet. At that rate. Should have, I don't want to push the button for sale because it just doesn't catch up. That way, well, this will be one stop. When I met with Steve Perry, and I was asking him what he sees around the state for cost of construction, I was shocked to hear him say it's averaging around $500 a square foot. Now, I look at it and I say, we jumping down, but he claims it has gotten that bad. I base numbers on much smaller square footage, or excuse me, much smaller. And at my rate, it still comes in the neighborhood of 1.1 million. I saw. You do a full on elections and meeting. Now, there's another concept. And we'll follow up in a minute. And it's a larger facility, Commissioner Leeson.
At that rate.
And it includes more office spaces than just.
should-
the election spaces. And my.
We have to-
calculations is
Because it just,
not quite almost twice the square
It's every-
footage, so, like 45, 46 square feet.
well, this is a good point to stop.
And it costs about twice.
When I met Steve Perry, and I was for cost of construction, I was shocked to hear that it's averaging $500 per foot. I looked and I said, I base, numbers on smaller square foot, much smaller square foot.
He is,
And-
he is
No.
And
If kind of straight into the product, what my question.
And-
You just have to,
Oh,
you just have to look for the things for, you did click them.
Okay, if he has an HDMI port. But it's a Lenovo, so I don't know what it, I don't know. Let's go.
I think I may have gotten it to speed up a little bit. All right, so there's Commissioner Leesman's drawing. This has a few more spaces. I think he was possibly thinking AgriLife or something, somebody could office in there anyway. And it's just more expensive. It's just, that's all. All right, so then the next one, and I think, and I don't really rank these necessarily, but I feel like there's gonna be a point where we're all gonna have to rank them. And I don't know how we're gonna do that. You can hang paper on the wall and put your little dots on like they do in those facilitation meetings. Or we can just have a discussion. I'm not sure. But the next item involves precinct 1 and 4 relocation out of the existing facility. Or else in South Puerto County.
Continuing living to be together.
Continue
Again, entirely conceptual, this is not it, so Commissioner Riley and Commissioner Weir don't want them. Because this isn't their business.
this
Almost the only thing that they would agree on the left are all of the covered sheds that are installed.
left are all of the covered sheds that are installed.
That we moved to another precinct. I think their ideal size is in the neighborhood of 5 acres. And then, possibly, like that. Now, there are some, this may be just.
Body of building like that. There are some, this may be totally different. I don't know. But conceptually,
Out of the city.
you look at to do out of the city.
By the 3 mile radius of each other, trying to say that, it completely out of the city, like, so it wouldn't necessarily have to be, but it completely out of the city, like, it wouldn't necessarily have to be, looking, relocating places out, and would relocating places.
If I had an architect degree, I would be totally something along those lines. And the floor plan would be mostly, obviously, they in the back, and then you have a couple of commissioners' offices, the break room, meeting room, and
Commissioner's offices, a break room, meeting room, and third office.
And the summary on that, I'm not sure if it's square footage is right or not. I was calculating around 100 by 80 for the building.
For sure.
Which is about 8,000 square feet. That larger than I really think.
Yeah, that is.
That's good, because that means the number that comes in is down.
Around.
I can do better from 2 blocks away than I can do right here if I don't.
age of the building. It's not just-
And then something else just to add what's going on, Tommy and I are staying together where we move, so it's not like I'm moving into my own
Larger than either.
facility, so we're trying to, because we try to do so much together, because just the size of our two precincts together equals Chris's by himself, as far as land mass goes, so it's easier for me and Tommy to stay together on the south end of the county than it would be for person and the state.
Why?
So,
And cover
I can
that, share it with them.
do better.
Share it with them.
Tommy and I are staying together. So we're trying to keep two things together equals Chris's.
Where we're located right now with South Annex there, we're having a problem again with elections.
We can go better.
And JP's office being there together during the polling, during the election. They're a very small part all down the city streets. And, so they're asking, we need to someday separate that, so they're asking JD to work on at the same time. Those two elections going. So we're trying to parking lots, we've got less than, so we're trying to come with the recycles.
Sadly, you can't even do that. Recycle.
No, we're not, recycle stay where it's at.
Oh, okay.
The footprint we moved up towards our offices of what we have. And then vision for down the road with, like, the JP office and, designated road spot down there, and then also talking with, Constable Busey on animal control. Constable Busey on their control, if not there, then on the BO building there. Not there, then.
The previous site, the previous page.
The previous page can't read there's 5 years.
Portable mill sheds relocated, the outdoor parking.
Additionally, the original scratch of 8,000 square feet with the 6,000.
Six drive 2 days, that's probably more than we need to. But
6 days. But essentially, that's the idea.
Cost, I'm doing such that the way I was setting it up is a low of 1.58 and a high of 2.6.
The way I was
And a lot of that
setting it up is
the extreme prices of
and a lot of that's driven by the extreme prices of the real estate in South Dakota County. Do you want to comment on that while this thing's trying to catch up?
Well, 50,000 and 75,000 acres, that hasn't been.
Well, 50,000, 75,000 acre, that hasn't been.
Yeah, we're talking here on main trail, county road, and we're talking on doing trail, county road, not myself, just all trust and good for the money. Down, outside. keep all work within under roof. I was, work better for maintenance all the way around. The large offices finding needs.
The time we're right now, and I can't speak for North two precincts, but we have different landowners who will allow us to, when we go through and clean up county roads, you cut brush and stuff like that, go put that brush on their property, and go out there and burn that brush pile on their property, which is a bit of a liability in my mind, and this will give us enough acreage so we can bring that stuff back and burn it on our county property rather than on an individual's property. One that costs a lot more than, I figure that even on the high side. On this side, it costs a lot more than,
I've made you a co-host as well, so it should.
even on the high side.
Yeah, I've seen what. Well, this is the possible, aggregation. And, in a minute, but, there are other youth council, so. This conversation's been had for a long time, and if, I know the commissioners have this experience, in the office, around, there's cost for the city, and uses since what you're doing is I was pointing out.
You'll find, I think, in a lot of places that counties, okay, agri-life on the fairground,
one of which is a space issue, one of which I think is a security issue. It's nice to have something around the fairgrounds paying attention. So originally, Mr. Weir,
we felt we wanted to keep that and build a mini up on the top of the hill, south of the show line. Small building with offices and got out of roll but when you leave, came along with the idea of
we never did figure out all the issues out of that. So, another idea came on. And kind of down.
And
it
houses the
and it houses the ag life and their stuff.
and it provides how many of you have because
I don't know how many people you have the show, but I've been time there have been at least times they And I think the restrooms you'll find in the exhibit hall and the concession stand are top notch and be a welcome addition to the exhibit hall. And then classroom, they have various things that they conduct classes on, even shooting sports, whatever. This
Not going really well, but it's
thing,
still the idea.
it's a little, it's not real, but it's, so the idea is long haul from the front of the building to the exhibit barn and it's like about some facilities. And it might look something like this. It's not a separate building, it's an add-on. And it could look like that. Possible. There are obviously ways to do it cheaper, and there's ways to do it more expensive, and it depends on the cost of the square footage. I started with $225 a square foot and it to $325 a square foot, and a lot of that I was trying to take into account a lot of plumbing because it will take a lot of plumbing. But given Steve Perry's information, these numbers may not be very good numbers at all. I don't know, but you're looking at somewhere between 650 and 950, and maybe quite a bit more. Now, Commissioner Leeson had because I think it's some difference. We just have the classroom and I'm not sure how the spaces, I don't know the spaces to the college are the ones you're talking about adding or existing or whatever.
Everything, to the top of the page is existing, that's all, it's already there. So it's just the same scenario, adding the front section, that 20 foot on the front with the restrooms, the same as the exhibit hall. And then there's a classroom to the far top of that, and then there's office spaces with a reception area down below. And basically just putting a covered porch across the whole front.
Because on that left-hand side, that's handicap.
Because on that left-hand side, that's handicap, or on the bottom, there's a handicap access door right there.
You could
So you could create the handicap,
that walkway as well.
that walkway as well.
Another need that we have is the maintenance headquarters. And maintenance, I'm not talking about road maintenance, I'm talking about the maintenance department that the court determined to create 3 or 4 years ago now. And working right now, the kind of a little portable building that's not really suitable. And when they started, we had fewer buildings, but they're now responsible for everything from I don't have fancy pictures or fancy concepts. It would seem like it'd be. I've got some costs suggested for that. So if they'll show up there, I don't have a location. It is on the property, or the other thought is we go out there by the shoot located on
site grading, there wouldn't necessarily be septic, you stay with that, precinct. But there will be possibly some paving and some, and the installation upgrade and things of that nature. The concept would be an office for the supervisor. Second kind of school office and restroom. You can think of other questions, but I'm trying to be very simple.
Can you email that to me? Can you email that to me? That presented, and I might,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me just see if I can do that real quick. So we're gonna find out what this. I don't know if it attached or not.
I think it did. No, it did not. No, it did not.
Still nothing.
So there you go. That's the size of the barn, maybe. So, the next one is a South Annex courtroom expansion. This one will certainly raise eyebrows. It obviously, that's really pretty large. That's, looks like a district courtroom. Again, none of these are supposed to be what it would be. They're supposed to be conceptual. But the idea of being the justice of the peace courtroom to its own actual courtroom, that building, like Miss Wall, the end of wall of Miss Walls, and like the jail, it was also built with the idea of was continuing on to recline to the, I call it the north. I don't know if it's the west or the north or the northwest or what directions those are in Blanco, but the direction of going on towards the fence of the maintenance yard lots and through that fence with a building. And then this is a totally, completely whacked out idea of what it would look like. It's just this, the point is that you just need these rooms. You need a courtroom, you need a jury room, you'll need a judge's chambers, and you'll need some sort of spare office. This is the existing South Annex, and so I think the next picture is the entire South Annex. Now that the addition's been put on where the Department of the Tax Assessor Collector Office is. And then this is the idea of where, saw that really pretty stuff again. This is the idea of where you would go, where you would expand out to for a courtroom and additional areas. Now, some folks have suggested the building has other ideas, that you put an election center in that area, that you put a new law enforcement wing, if you will, in that area. But I was keeping it fairly simple for this discussion. Down on your lower left-hand corner, that room would, in my world, in my brain, that would become the election office. It would stay the election office. It is currently an elections center, if you will, and it would stay that way. It just wouldn't have to share duty with a courtroom, and it's not really made very well to be a courtroom anyway. Honestly, it's made to be a meeting room and an elections room. There's a whole bunch of things to consider to do a new JP office, because it takes to be a courtroom. It just doesn't look like your standard office, so it takes a few things. Those are some of the things it takes. And on this one, I used $350 a square foot. I don't know if this was before or after I talked to Steve Perry, or maybe I had a premonition, but I started going up in the price. And as you can see, architectural engineering is figured at 8 to 12%. I think that's about what we've been paying architects for all of the projects, including the South Annex projects. And so the total estimated cost would be in the neighborhood of $1 million there as well. All right, then there's Precinct 3 new headquarters. You're going to hear a whole lot from the person on my right, because this is not what he envisioned at all.
I like the headquarters.
I don't know why it's prior concept 2025. I guess I was doing this in the truck or something. But at any rate, these are not his concepts. These are my concepts. His concept, and he's got a budget proposal for kind of doing something with two buildings. It's kind of a rehab of one, maybe it's new, but I was just throwing this out as the idea being really doesn't matter whose idea you pick. It's going to take probably the same amount of money, or if not more. But the idea being that they need a new headquarters. Is that what I called it? Yeah. Okay. They need a new headquarters at Precinct 3, something along these lines. And the interior concept, I have a break room and an office. And the break room, I think, well, it says administrative work area down at the lower left, but I think the break room, somewhere in there, I think is considered a training. It does double duty as training. Then there's a restroom, and then there's some shop area. And on the very far right, total width 70 feet. Office depth is 20 something feet, and the shop depth is 50 something feet, for a total of 70 feet depth. So 70 by 70, which of course that rectangle does not look like 70 by 70. But again, these are just concepts. And in fact, I put 70 by 80 on the footprint. I do think that it would be nice if the Precinct 3 facility could be upgraded to look like some of the other Blanco County facilities and have a limestone front fascia, that kind of thing. But that's just me making drawings.
What about my 10?
So, and you can see this ought to illustrate, except for the fact that we're talking two precincts versus one, this ought to illustrate for you why this is just for a discussion and why I'm bouncing this around on you, because it says 2 large equipment bays, and I put 6 for precinct 1 and 4. Well, precinct 1 and 4, they're kind of shaking their head. They don't need 6, but I don't even know if 4 is the right number, because it's 2 of them and 1 of you. But the point being that just to get this out here on concept. Now, this is Commissioner Leisman's drawing, and so he's looking at, well, it's 70 feet also by 80. So I think that's your drawing, because it wasn't my drawing. So 70 by 80 is a standard thought, and I'm sorry, I'm not really able to read what that is. I couldn't read it when I got it. So, but this is part of, I think, Commissioner Leisman's list. I'm sorry, it's kind of a mess. This one's yours too, I believe.
Yeah, that's my existing building. So I was just proposing what we currently have as a shop area to make that into a regular storage and an additional bathroom. So my employees are not using the bathroom right behind my desk. And somewhere where they can sit down and actually get their lunch and make their trainings. So that's my existing building right there. Just enclosing that in to make it a break room.
I didn't bring a picture of it. Isn't it the existing building corrugated?
Corrugated tin.
From the, like a barn?
Yes,
like a ag barn.
Actual precinct barn.
Okay. So then some prices to do all of that, and in my way of looking, we're anywhere between 1 to 6. Again, all of these are just very vague and will have to be refined a lot by an architect or someone. All right, so now we move. Steve says that road projects are certainly eligible to be included in the financing package. And we were joking that he's ready to move to Blanco County because the county he lives in, and I won't name it, refuses to do anything with the roads, and certainly wouldn't finance it. And it's kind of funny because he lives there, and that's That's his expertise. And so I know, I started this conversation by telling you all, no, these are my ideas. Well, clearly these three are, you know whose ideas they are because where they come from. But Steve did say that yes, it's not a bad thing at all to roll in. You can do it either way. You could have a financing package just for roads like you all have done before my time, or you could roll it into a bigger package and pick maybe one or two of the things off the other list and pick one or two or all of these and do them. The Precinct 3 project, I don't have pretty pictures for. The green line is US 281, and the weirdly looking fuchsia line is my drawing on a map of what I call County Road 305 and what the world now calls Old Marble Falls Road. And it involves really two things. One is addressing and upgrading a low water crossing that is impassable when there's a significant amount of rain. I know this for personal history because I drove it to Cambridge. And it needs some change, and Commissioner Leishman's even got some photos. I just didn't include them today. But a really nice way of addressing it because it raises it, but it doesn't really look very expensive. It doesn't raise it like the Golden Gate Bridge. It's just a really nice raised crossing. And then the rest of that is involved, I guess I'd say rehab or redoing the road because there are so many developments planned or in process along that route. The road can't handle it. And it wasn't intentional, but at the very top, a weird blotch of purple. I should have been intentional because that has bothered me from the beginning, and anyone that's been there knows it. You have Burnett County Road 403 and Blanco Old Marble Falls Road, or Old 305, coming out, and they've got to be as close. They've got to enter 381, I would say, as close as that door and that.
That's a little further.
Further?
It's a little further, but yes, they're close, and it's an issue in Texas office, and everybody would see those two roads combined and then.
They would, but they don't want to do it. It's not like they're gonna hand us money. And Burnett County, who knows if we can work out with them. But the idea would be in the process of this rehab to make one entrance onto 281. That would just be so much safer and so much more organized for the driving public. So that one there, and I don't know that I don't think I put a number on that one. It's in the millions, is it not?
So I submitted in my proposed budget for the low water crossing improvement, but I did not submit for any of the road improvements. From that new 76 home subdivision to the state highway.
Well, that is the new one, but as you point out, you suspect that 76 home subdivision might have an addition coming along in soon that's as big. And the bottom of that purple line touches on the subdivision that's been there a long time, but more and more people are starting to actually live there. Correct. Then there's Precinct 4. And I have tried for years and years to get TxDOT to take on the job of raising the low water crossing over the Blanco River ever since I had to endure the flood in 2015 when it was impassable for, I don't know, a week. But there is it's a horseshoe the river makes a horseshoe there, and there's a short, and Texas.
Basically.
It's so low, never seen it purposes by 8 inches. I think. They measure the flow through the actual, structure. The other side is a shorter span, and at least could be a way to get out of the Chino Valley subdivision, which has, I don't know, 100 people,
Yeah.
maybe 120. It had 70 something back in 2015, 60 or so.
It goes all the way from the first bridge to this one. You got that subdivision, you got the Ashley, you got B&B, Housing Culture, Wars, and, what's the last one before? Yeah.
I've got 3 or 4 pictures here. If you want to say anything, just say it, because I'm just.
So as far as, go back one if you can. There's a start right up there about where the front of the truck is. And hiding it by, I think in the center was 7.5 feet. And, I mean, on big budgets, you're not gonna, it's still gonna go over, but it's gonna give people more time to get out. And then the time to get back in will be a lot sooner too, from that side.
There's nothing I think I've ever talked about or proposed or even dreamed about since 2015 that would say you wouldn't have water going over it.
Right.
If we did something.
Well, yeah, I mean.
If TxDOT did something, I know that water would still go over it with a 500-year flood.
Right.
Right.
So anyway, it would come off that edge of, obviously it comes down, it would kind of come off where that truck is and then raise up on this side, on the bottom of the picture here. If you'll flip the next one, yeah. So it's going up, another hill, like I said, it would raise the center of that, top of that 7.5 feet.
And it allows people to escape eventually out to 20 through 25, and they can go from here back the other way.
Right.
Anything else? That's just how how it is.
What it is right there.
Is your proposal open span, or are you putting culverts, or what are you thinking?
Culverts, the big concrete culverts are like the ones that you and I saw, like, show something along those lines. That's what that picture is, just showing that the bridge, that water crossing is starting to come apart. That rubble right there is all just flaking off, and you see the bare rock kind of in the middle of the screen there where it flaked off from, and it's, so that crossing is a disaster right now. But I'm also talking about widening it to 22 feet wide, to where it's wide enough for that road ever does get widened, and there won't have to be anything else done with that water crossing.
And your county commissioner's guesstimate to do all this is
650. And then relatively clear, that was just a minor rising. That was just very, you see the water is relatively, a couple of inches of rain right there. So.
what's that? Just
Just showing level and how
so then there's two and
at the risk of being contradicted.
at the risk of being contradicted, I believe we have tried every possible way in the world to get contribute to either by TxDOT or a state or a federal grant. And is Kelly's gone? So every time we have, even when we've been successful, even when we've they say, oh yeah, you qualify for the money, but unfortunately, we never have the right demographics in Blanco County to be able to get grant, it seems like. We've gotten some small grants, but we're talking big grants for this kind of thing. They always say we don't have enough of the right demographic. We're not poor enough.
LMI. Low to moderate.
That's a nice way of saying it. We're not poor enough and we're not other things. So I tried for a very long time to advocate with TxDOT that maybe that road ought to become the third artery. There's 71 to the north and 290 to the south. Maybe that ought to be the third artery coming from the east to the west in Blanco County. Because it's basically Fitzhugh Road on the other side that winds around and and intersects with Ranch Road 12, or if you go far enough, intersects with Highway 290. And it's kind of interesting because the road is a state highway from here at the Dairy Queen all the way nearly to the Virgin Falls State Park. Then it becomes Park Road. I don't know whose that is exactly, but at some point after that, it becomes Precinct 2 Road to the end of the county. And unfortunately, the end of the county takes in this particular gully.
One lane crossing.
Are we coming into Blanco County or leaving?
We're leaving Blanco County here. As you can tell, it's quite a drop down to the river. It's very dangerous. Cynthia King came to me and said, "Emma, we got a tremendous bad crossing over here. We need to do something about it." So I got the engineering on it, and engineering's come back, and like the judge said, we failed to find any financing for it. On the far side, big trucks, he said, I don't know why, but they, when they get about quarter way up the hill, they'll have to shift gears, and that's where they're digging out the pavement. And in the engineering, we will be taking, and according to the engineers, taking off a section of the hill, widening it to about 22 to 24 foot, and raising that center, using the old slab as a base, if it's possible. If not, it'll be chiseled out. And I think there's, I want to say, it could be as many as 36-inch pillars across that part of the water.
So I've never heard it called this until the other day, and I heard it called Keen's Crossing. And Cynthia Keen is the landowner on the left-hand side, right?
Both sides.
On both sides. And I thought there was a time maybe when she was resistant, but
yeah, there was, but she came to me and asked me if we could do anything. I said, I'll see what I can do to get the call. But I mean, she gave us permission to go on there and do all the surveying and engineering and everything from that point. And she has a spot, any of the rubble that comes out of that, she's got a spot that the contractor would not have to go more than a mile to get rid of it.
this doesn't look that bad, but in my time here, I think more than one motorcycle and at least one vehicle have slid off because for some reason it's particularly slick.
It gets real slick.
I had 4 in one day this past winter. That's the location. It's a great day.
This is something that I can't remember.
And then this is from the other.
Coming from the other direction.
Is this one?
That is coming out of coming back in.
Okay. Yeah. And Hays County, if you turn around and look, you can see Hays County. It's just,
It's right there. It's
and
within 150 yards.
in my perfect world, Hays County should assist us because so many of their residents wind up using this crossing.
Well, so we have to use that crossing, go in Hays County, and come back around and get the Perkins place.
One of the subdivisions.
One of our subdivisions.
In Blanco County, but you can't get to it from here.
Mr. Black can tell you all about it.
Same thing, just a little closer. All right. And so, in the end,
The numbers,
the numbers, Old Mark Falls Road, I don't know what the number is, Black Creek Crossing, I think.
about a million two to million three.
About a million two or so. Chimney Valley Crossing, I can't, I say 9 or 6.
Six.
Okay, so maybe a little more than that. And then the others, you can see what they are. I think those are low numbers after talking with Steve Perry, but that's where they are. And they're not in any real order. I mean, I have my own priorities. And I feel like, I could be speaking out of turn, but I feel like the election center is pretty high up on all of the commissioners, but I might be wrong. But these are the kinds of things that have been discussed and discussed by commissioners and others in the past few years, and things that we should think about doing. Again, I personally think it would be a mistake to try to take on too many of them. Not so much financially as it is oversight, or just being able to manage, just being able to handle them all. However, the roads are a safety issue and they're not getting better. So you might ought to think about those that way. I don't know where to go from here. I was looking yesterday that we need to have a sufficient professional services line item in non-departmental to be able to pay for some people to tell us what those numbers really ought to be. And after talking with all of the right people to find out what the facility really ought to be, not what is up there on a PowerPoint. And I'm not sure, like I say, which way to go forward. I did have the idea of putting all of the items on one side and boxes on the other, and all of you are writing down the number from 1 to 9, depending on which one you like best and which one you like least, and go from 1 to 9. And then we all combine together and see what we collectively think. That's one idea, but there's other ways of doing it, other thoughts about it. And that's the end. So if you have any thoughts or comments on that.
We talked about one before, as far as relocating, we can just find a piece of property and just acquire property. Coexist for gradually over, and it's parking. Reduce whatever they do there. And as we back out there, to relocate, but we can do that over a period of time. The main thing is to acquire a piece of property.
You take him anywhere.
Start with.
I think I'm out of sharing, so
Okay, now leave the meeting.
I gotta leave.
You gotta leave. Or just go ahead and,
Just like, that means literally trying to. I was gonna give you something earlier that got all the last times.
okay.
Talk about it. Oh, there is one that is not on the page for the money we actually really notice. So base out there that maybe no good list. What I didn't put on here is, relocating state two. But some, and again, it's not high, some think that, maybe that would be a good idea, if you think that, as far as system planning, I thought we could have, precinct two on the list of things to move on, maybe to move the some way now, not the transportation, I don't know if it's enough, if it is enough, I don't know, but you can put on. As a, I mean, flying, I mean, she's something really. But if I didn't move, I didn't mean to slide the current or the future commissioner precinct two, that, it also is a vision of somebody, and it's a thought, and the reason to move the precinct two, because it's a nice facility, which is right. The reasons to move it would involve, a couple of things that I've heard, frankly, along with, one is, it's in the middle of town, traffic's by the way, it's, there's no way to do that, George. That's wrong. And the other thing is, someday, far away, I know, if there is a chamber expansion, it will come right into, which will see. So. So I guess I was saying that, you can literally have that power thing, precinct two. I would say, open up to the two, I would say it's not the highest on the currently, it's probably on the lower. No. I don't know if you can. I don't want to move it in 6 months. Well, someone has a good thing to say about this, and I don't know where we're going to go with this. You need to be thinking about, if we want to pick somebody's up, how we're going to package them. I'll say something. So, I guess there is a lot to get you on with the something pretty much. Immediate decisions to mistakes. That takes us out of 60 on the agenda and making it super, English and career. Small meetings, really, but it's not really,
Yeah, well, it's a maintenance group. We were, one or two commission reports back. We were talking about Mr. Roman's property, and I got permission from the court to go inside of his property, being a 90-degree turn in the road, to the brush line back, and you can see when you get into the turn. And, we stored equipment on his property, because it's right there about halfway from Pinelli Road and Milton section. We stored property for equipment on his property for a number of years. And he came to me the other day, and he's wants to make sure that he's one brought it up, he wants to make sure that we can continue to park equipment on there in the future when something happens to the trust. So what we did is we decided to just come back on the agreement adjustment, just amended a little bit and put that in, saying that we're keeping store equipment on the property. Because either party changes their mind, and third notice till the other party. So all I'm asking is to add that, those few lines into the agreement we made previously, and, to amend it to keep us where we can continue to go in there and cut the brush as the loss for school. So I'd like to make a motion to accept that, revised.
He was still a second, Commissioner Reed. He was such that was going to yes. Discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Item 17, the roll call approved. Fire.
Yes, sir, so, this is the project that was brought to me to take a spectrum fiber down Old Multiple, Highway 281 intersection down to the new, Flat Rock Creek Ranch, subdivision. So I have to make a motion to approve the, application to authorize spectrum to install fiber along the Old Multiple Road. Big boring under said roadway pending and approved.
Is there a second? Mr. Miley, discussion. Business, I mean, barely all, maybe if we work one, then take, maybe we can improve on.
Everything on this project is gonna be on the, west side of the road, which in my opinion, are just, my road improvement will be to the east side. And, everything that they're doing here, we can make sure that they're gonna be at a depth that will not interfere with our construction project.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Carries. Change order, property.
Gulf Creek, when metal construction went out there and did the road widening, they were able to not get into the road as much, with the milling. And so, in most cases, it actually widened the road wider than both the available construction and myself had anticipated. So we got a change order of $6,044.80 because of, there was more oil and more chips, more, rock that was gonna be used to, chip seal the road. So that being said, I'd like to move to, accept the, change order for available construction in the amount of $6,044.80 for the Gulf Creek project.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Which one your discussion? All in favor, say aye. And opposed? Motion carries. Item 19, all in right. Hearing nothing, item 20, law, we're looking at 11, 16, I will have will retire to the level of 55107 consultation of the and 55107 personnel matters to be the appointment of a public officer and the appointment of a medical certificate. Bill the unexpired term. With that, we are recessed and we will be on.
2 o'clock. That's okay, we'll have to delay in a minute, yeah. We only have 3. We only have 2. All right.
1:47 P.M. Commissioners Court has concluded its executive session and has returned to the open meeting. There is no actions taken in executive session. Now, on the open session for the purposes of something that hasn't done on the board earlier is of the applicants for the position, the two companies that were on previously. Mr. Canary, Mr. Bible, that left 4 candidates, I believe that's going to do the job for the company. And, notice was sent to all 4 candidates. There will be this meeting with interviews, and only 3 candidates appeared. Mr. Florida did not. And so, we recorded interview with the candidates. And then possibly I have a motion to film someone to fill out the name of the judge, Robert's attorney. And I'll open the floor, if anybody wants to make the motion, if anybody wants to make the motion. I guess, after our interviews, I'd like to thank all the candidates applying and showing interest. And then it's with, deliberating, it's been a hard decision. Okay, suppose it was stuff. But I would like to make a motion to, Casey White to continue until the first of the year of Judge Rudnick's position. 35, we're asking for it, so. When you say continue, please. I'm sorry. Have him finish out Judge Rudnick's position until January. Second of all, we use. Yes, sir. Are you saying that you're going to appoint Casey White to complete the other? That's what, yes, sir, that's what I'm trying to say. He's going to second. Commissioner Wilson, seconds, discussion. Just a moment. Mr. Brian, think you're about to get the unanimous support. Whitewood County Commission support to your appointment. I would like to point out, sir, that all 5 members of this board have all been on the Republican ticket. I think that's wonderful. And therefore, all 4 precincts, which cover all extent of Blanco County, represented by Republican. Are not to appoint by the. But I would just caution you in doing so. I can't disclose things in executive session, but I would tell you that you will put a lot of faith in you. I have a lot of expectations out. Before I do this, I'm afraid I'll call for the vote on my gift of institution. I have to say, Judge Smith, you have been a great team member, great citizen of Blanco County to step in like that in a hard situation. You know, fill the city, learn as fast as we can in the environment. And give all this to be done with that. We are major deal of gratitude. With that said, it's something to call for as well. So, would you mind?
Judge Frank,
Yes.
Commissioner Weir, Commissioner Eager,
Yes.
Commissioner Eastman, and Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
That motion passes. And we are there to July 23, once about this, something you don't have to do.
I make the motion to adjourn.
For a second. You should really discussion on the table.
Aye.
Yeah.